This video is made for adult collectors of the product and is not made for kids. Enjoy the video. Hey guys, it's AuraDragoon here. Today we're doing our Beyblade X video, and we're doing another combo testing video, and it's for Health, Nether, and Hover Wyvern. So, Wyvern Hover. So, if you guys remember, my first ever combo testing thingy like this was Wyvern Hover. Still trying to get used to that new name. Wyvern Hover when it came out for Hasbro, and yeah, and to celebrate, it's gonna the Wyvern combo testing is gonna be public, and it's gonna play right now. So yeah, enjoy the Wyvern Hover combo testing. Note that these combos are old, and my current combo I have for Wyvern nowadays is 970 Trans Kick, because that's a really good combo, because usually you just use 960 kick on this, and it's a really good attack blade. So, yeah. And also, one thing to note as well is that this was when I was trying to, I wanted to try and have like the combo testing be members only, and also incorporate some of it as a preview for my in my unboxing. So I'm like completely silent mostly, I do believe. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's just one combo testing or the multiple combo testing, because I don't remember if I made a full version for Hover Wyvern initially, but if I have, then it'll go right here. So yeah, enjoy. Alright, just doing some competitive testing for this Beyblade, just to see what it's like. So, yep. First is the stamina test. Gonna do 3 battles each. I had a feeling it wasn't going to be a good stamina combo, so yeah. Okay, so draw with wolf. Okay. Now switching up to a defense test. Let's see, can I survive these attacks? Alright, so fails the attack test. Or fails the defense test. Excuse me, let's try. Attack with two different combinations. 160 rush. Alright. Again, I have an idea what combo might work. So, yep. I think I found the combination. Okay. Yeah. Seems that like level is the bit. Okay. Now we try out this combo and see how it does. I have an idea. It says its gimmick is like kind of like maybe that's an interesting thought. Oops. I think I have an idea. You know, I had a theory going on in my mind that this blade only works well on like 70 or 80 rackets, but then like 070 zap is probably didn't even have that advantage because zap is lower than most bits. Like it is like low flat, low rush height, so like I'm not sure if that's it. But I do think that it does need kind of some height probably, and like a lot of speed behind it, which is why I think like even like it's doing better now on zap and level than it was on point and rush. So yeah. Maybe yeah, maybe it is a height base. I do have a stupid idea, but wait for this battle to end and yep. So I'm gonna try this combo, then I'm gonna try the same with zap, see how it goes. See if it's like height based. Maybe I should also bring out high taper as well, just to see. did get burst there, so hold on, let me take a look because let's take a look at this. Yeah, probably might try a low combo next to you. Get my Rhino Beyblade with the 455. Alright. Yep, looks like it's going to do a spin out here as well, so let me try high taper. Oh my god. Oh. So, yeah, the whole height thing. I'm not sure if I can confirm or deny it yet because it did lose there because of stamina. And taper's not really that great for like movement, so let's try 455 and see what happens if it's at a lower height. Like, it refuses to hit the target. Come on. Seems to be struggling at lower heights, so my theory that it does better on higher heights seems to be flawed so far. Yeah, I think the lower height stuff does not work on Hover Wyvern, because I think Hover Wyvern was designed specifically with the intention of having a higher height than the opponent. So like if it's lower than the opponent, then it just does not do well. Yep, and that's the combo testing finished, because I'm getting tired. Combo testing, Hover Wyvern 780 Zap. Oh boy. now that you saw the Wyvern Hover combo testing, let's do Hell's Nether and also 880 when I get to it. So let's start off with Hell's Nether. This is the first combo I taught off. Hell's Nether under Needle. Because like when it's in low mode, it has this guard around it. So I'm thinking like if it gets hit, it will scrape and prevent itself from being knocked out. So yeah, if it's in low mode, increased, like it's very low to the ground. So like hopefully it should get some really good counterattacks because under Needle's good for counterattacks, and yeah, this should be a good combo. I'll try both normal mode and low mode and high mode just to see, just in case. But no, yeah, sure. So let's start off with low mode because that's the point of the combo, and my first opponent will be Shark Scale. This, yeah. Let's just see. That box keeps starting falling off. Damn. Impressive performance by Hell's Nether. Just tanking Shark Scale. Did it lose stamina? It seemed to do so, but like as Thanos once said, a low price for and Shark Scale got an extreme finish only after aiming lower than ever, but yeah. And it's been finished by Shark Scale. I forgot to weigh this thing actually, so yeah, I just remembered to weigh this thing now, so yeah. Alright, so we have with the same combo as before against the same opponent as before, but now it's in high mode, so let's just see how it goes now. Spin finish for Hell's Nether. Alright, that one goes to Hell's Nether, just barely. And it's finished Hell's for Shark Scale. And let me just count that score before I get to Hover Wyvern next. So, yeah, I counted 3 in low mode, so. Yeah, now let me get Hover Wyvern onto the thing here. And there we go. Hover Wyvern. 970 trance kick. So let's just see how Hell's Nether does against Hover Wyvern. Or Wyvern Hover. Also consider this extra thing for Wyvern Hover because, you know, this is also one of the main, it's also the major blade that comes with the Hell's Nether deck set. I'm not counting that, that's a self-burst. seems to have a scraping issue, which, yeah, it's in normal mode, so obviously. Yeah. And now let me just count those numbers before I forget them. So, yeah, now let's try high mode health Nether. And over finish for Wyvern Hover. Spin finish for Health Nether. And a bit burst for, I think that's the first time I've seen a UX expand a bit burst. So, next up would be Impact Drake. So let me just count that score. Those scores first. Next up is Impact Drake 450 under flat. Impact Drake just dies against Health Nether because the rubber is always making contact with Health Nether. And yep, over finish. And yeah, let me just put it in high mode, but first let me count that score. Let me count that score! And now, Health Nether in high mode. So that's an extreme finish for Impact Drake. And now that the rubber is no longer forced to make contact with Health Nether, Impact Drake is dominating Health Nether. So, yeah, that one goes to Health Nether. So let me just count that score. And Valkyrie Blitz. Is the next bay Health Nether is going up against. Yep, an extreme finish for Valkyrie Blitz. Everything just seems to be so obsessed with pissing me off right now. All right. Now next up we put Health Nether in high mode. So, yep, spin finish for Health Nether. Cool, now the final opponent it has is Pegasus, but first, let me just change the location of the fan because it's needs to be exposed to it more for this, because it's yeah. Next up is Pegasus. Oh. And a spin finish for Pegasus. And another spin finish for Pegasus. 3 back-to-back spin finishes for Aero Pegasus. Almost like Epic Pegasus. It's not Epic Pegasus, it's Aero Pegasus. Another spin finish for Aero Pegasus. Extreme finish for Aero Pegasus. That was a snipe. And Health Nether gets a spin finish there. So let me try this spike next, just out of curiosity. So let me just count that score there. And let me check this Health Nether underneath the stats. 46.88% win rate, that's alright. 1.47 points per win on average. Average points per loss 2.12. Average points per round negative 0.44. Spin finish wins 10, spin finish losses 6, burst finish wins 0, burst finish losses 1, O finish wins 3, O finish losses 2, extreme finish wins 2, extreme finish losses 8. And yeah, it's time to change the combo to disc spike and see if this bait has any luck in terms of defense. And then after this we try Hexa, then that'll be it for today, and then tomorrow or some other day before I'll do the attack testing. That's a draw. Bit burst. And it's been finished for Health Nether. And a first finish for Shark Scale. Now let me just change the mode on this. And let's continue, but first let me bring Gandhi to bed and go to the toilet. Alright, so Health Nether in high mode now. First finish. Next up is hover wyvern. Man. Okay. so exhausted. Sorry for not commenting. I'm just exhausted as hell. No. 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 All right. There we go. No. The last one, I'm going to take a break and do the rest of the defense testing in the morning. And that's gonna be it for this for me for now. I'll see you guys later when I'm doing Hexa. So let me just give you guys the stats on this Health Nether combo. The Health Nether despite 48.39% win rate. Average points per win 1.2. Average points per loss 1.93. Average points per round negative 0.35. Spin finish wins 12. Spin finish losses 1. First finish wins 2. First finish losses 3. All finish wins 1. All finish losses 0. Trim finish wins 0. Trim finish losses 0. And 1 loss. So yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be it for now. So see you guys later. So yeah, BRB. Alright, and I'm back. And I am no longer tired. I just got back from the store actually. Bought some more stuff like 2 Lego sets and a Beyblade. So yeah, let me just get the vase up here in the thingy. And I almost forgot to put my money back as well, so. Yep, we'll begin shortly, then just. There we go. And now, let's resume the combo testing. Let's start off with, now let's continue on with the defense testing, the last defense combo we have here for Hell's Nether, Hell's Nether Hexa. So, start off in low mode. And that one goes to Shark Scale. Overfinish for Hell's Nether. Overfinish for Shark Scale. So let me count those scores first before I continue. And now let's do 3 more, but this time Health Nether's in upper mode. Here we go. Spin finish for Health Nether. Oh. Spin finish for Shark Scale. Extreme finish for Shark Scale. And next up will be Wyvern Hover. Let me just change the mode on this and also count the score. Now, Yep. Wyvern hover, 970 trans kick. Spin finish for Hell's Nether. Yep. And there's spin finish. Three back-to-back spin finishes for Hell's Nether. And then we put it in high mode and see how it goes then. Over finish, holy shit. Two over finishes. Yep. Cool. Next up is Impact Draco. Let me just count that score. So, yep. Next up we have Impact Drake. Yep, good. Oh. Coolio. And a spin finish for Hell's Nether. Like, Hell's Nether, really hard counters Impact Break because the fact of how low the blade can get. So like, the rubber will be forced to make contact. Like, Impact Break is at the whole lowest height possible. But even then, because of how low the blade is, the Hell's Nether's blade is, the rubber is forced to make contact with instantly killing all of Impact Drake's stamina. So like, low mode Hell's Nether hard counters Impact Drake. High mode in your hand, not so much, because now it's actually, the metal blade is above the rubber. And yep. Now next up is Valkyrie Blitz. But first let me count the score, and I might actually have to go to the toilet as well, so. Yeah. Yeah. So let me go toilet and then I'll be right back. Alright. Over finish. And spin finish. That's a self over, and this fucking stupid stop fucking purposely flying off the fucking place I put it on. There we go. There. There we go. You know what? Let's start from the beginning just because of that alone. Alright, let's count that scoring. do 3 more. Spin finish. And back-to-back spin finish. So that's going to be it for the defense testing. And now, let me count the score and tell you the stats about this health nether combo. Alright, so yeah, this health nether hex is 66.67% win rate. Average points per win 1.2, average points per loss 1.8, average points per round 0.2. Spin finish wins 16, spin finish losses 3, burst finish wins 0, burst finish losses 0, O finish wins 4, O finish losses 6, extreme finish wins 0, extreme finish losses 1. So, yeah, pretty decent defense combos. So, yeah, I'll try some attack combos later. So, yeah, BRB. And now we have the attack combos test and dynamic combos as well for Hell's Nether. We're starting off with the stock combo with Zap. So, yeah, this should be good. Okay. Oh, it's going to happen sooner or later. Right now, good start for Hell's Nether. But we always have the high mode. Even though it's not going to perform worse because Clock Mirage is only susceptible to over finishes and burst finishes. And putting it in high mode takes away the burst finish win condition for Hell's Nether. So spin finish after spin finish. Yep. Next up is Mummy Curse. Idle time. Next up is Emperor Might. Alright. Alright, next up is high mode. We count the score. Alright, next up is Wizard Rock Ball. No, no. Cool. Now let me change the bit on this to kick. Let me just check the stats on this Health Nether combo. Health Nether Zap, 22.22% win rate, 1.67 wins per points per win, average points per loss 1.14, average points per round negative 0.52. Sprint finish wins 2, sprint finish losses 19, burst finish wins 2, burst finish losses 0, over finish wins 2, over finish losses 1, extreme finish wins 0, extreme finish losses 1. So, yeah. So yeah, let me test this combo out on kick just to see if it can do good. Then afterwards I'll try low flat, under flat, and have a bunch of bits on it. And an outspun clock mirage, which is impressive, to say the least. And Clock Mirage survived that surprisingly. Even though it did get ratchet burst, it didn't come off all the way, so. Next up is high mode. And outspun Clock Mirage again, which is surprising considering it was in high mode there. And over finish. Next up is Mummy Curse. On 160 under needle. Oh damn. An extreme finish for Health Nether. Yep. Now it's time for high mode. Let me just count the score. extreme finish. Spin finish. And next up is Emperor Might. Yep. And 2 more battles before I finish the rest of this another time because I'm so goddamn tired. Wizard. Wizard Rod on free ball. First finish. Okay, outspun Wizard Rod there, which was impressive. So close for Hell's Nether. Alright. Cool, that's as good as we're gonna get. Over finish. Another over finish. And now goes to Rod Hex, surprisingly. And yep, that's gonna be it for this recording session. I'll do another one for the other combos. I mean, just decide what bit I want to use next for the test. I'm going to go with low flat. So yeah, next one's gonna be low flat. So let me just count the record there. So Hell's Nether kick, 43.33% win rate. That's decent. 1.77 average points per win. Average points per loss 1.06. Average points per round 0.17. Spin finish wins 5, spin finish losses 16, burst finish wins 1, burst finish losses 0, over finish wins 5, over finish losses 1, extreme finish wins 2, extreme finish losses 0, and 0 draws. So the next combo I'm going to test is low flat. I'm going to take a little break first, or either that I'm going to come back tomorrow because I feel really tired and I can really use with some rest. So yeah, we'll see what the fuck happens. So yeah, BRB. Alright, I'm back a few days later. We have Hell's Nether on low flat, so let's play up against Clock Mirage. And yep, first finish to start off for Hell's Nether. First finish for Hell's Nether. Back to back to back. Another burst finish, so back to back to back burst finishes. So let me just change Hell's Nether to high mode and also just count the score we have so far. Yeah. And it's now suffering now that's no longer in low mode. First finish. Another spin finish for Clock Mirage. So next up will be Mummy Curse, but first let me count the score and then put Mummy Curse onto the Bay Builder thing. Alright, now let's pit this Bay up against Mummy Curse. And an extreme finish for Hell's Nether. And a spin finish from Mummy Curse. Oh, finish, but not over finish yet. And a spin finish from Mummy Curse. A draw. Another goddamn draw. Spin finish for Mummy Curse. Another spin finish from Mummy Curse. Open finish for Hell's Nether. Next one will be Emperor Might. Okay. All right. Emperor Might. All right. Come on. There's Emperor Might again. Spin finish for Hell's Nether. Alright, let me count that score. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Couldn't beat Wizard Draw Ball for shit. And it lost again. Couldn't beat the God Ball for shit, so what? So it's probably not gonna do well against God Hexa. Okay. And then yeah, back-to-back spin finish losses. Not looking good for Health Nether here. Outspinning Health Nether there, that's impressive. Now outspinning Wizard Rod Hexa there, that's impressive. That's a draw. I'm gonna count that as a draw. Extreme finish. Another extreme finish. So it does bear against Rod Hexa in high mode, obviously. So let me change the bit I'm using to low rush instead of low flat. So yeah. Also count the score for Health Nether low flat. 30.3% average win rate. Average points per win 2.1. Average points per loss 1. Average points per round 0.03. Spin finish wins 2. Spin finish losses 20. First finish wins 4. First finish losses 0. Extreme finish wins 1. Extreme finish. No, all finish wins 1. All finish losses 0. Extreme finish wins 3. Extreme finish losses 0 and 3 draws. So yeah, 30% win rate. That's not good. That's no good. So yeah, let's do Rod. Now let's just do a Nether low rush. But first, let me go toilet first. So I'll be right back. All right. So yeah, let's do Health Nether low rush and see how that does. God damn it. Yeah.
What did you say?
It's hot, salt, it's hot.
It's hot? Okay.
I just need help trying to figure out how to turn the heating off. Alright. Sorry about that. Oh. That's an extreme finish. Thanks. Alright. Two spin finish losses, one burst finish, no, one extreme finish win. Now it's Hell Nether in high mode. spin, finish. There is no one die for anyone. What have I become? Next up is Mummy Curse. Mummy Curse 160 under the for mic, so spin finish. Oh, it's not there. Spin finish for Mummy Curse. First finish for Nether, so let me just count that score. Nether time. Spin finish. So far we have a spin finish for Mummy Curse and a burst finish for Hell's Nether, so let's do one more. Spin finish for Mummy Curse. And next up is Emperor Might. Oops. One spin finish each. And so far it's outspinning Emperor Mine. Yeah, let's put Hell's Nether in high mode and see if that result stays consistent. Excuse me. Spin finish for Emperor Mike. Do what you want, cause a pirate's free. You are a pirate. Your heart is free. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Alright. Yep. So that's a good start for Hell's Nether against Wizard Rod. Now let's put Hell's Nether in high mode. Yep. Extreme finish. Alright. And it just died again. Next up is Rod Hexa, but let me count those scores. And yeah, Rod. Next I gave Health Nether an extreme finish because I don't remember if the first over finish it got against Rod Ball was extreme or over, so I'm just giving it an extra extreme finish just in case. Oh! Extreme finish. Okay. Let me just count that. Finish. And a no finish. God damn, it just no diffed it there. So let me just change the bit onto this from low rush to under flat. So yeah, I'm just organizing all the other bits I plan on doing. So let me just count the score for that last one I just did there. So let's just see, Hell's Nether, low rush, 45.16% win rate, 2.07 points per win, average points per loss at 1.12, average points per round 0.32, spin finish wins 4, spin finish losses 15, first finish wins 2, first finish losses 0, O finish wins 3, O finish losses 2, extreme finish wins 5, extreme finish losses 0, and 0 draws. So yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. Hey, well, that's pretty good. So, yeah, next up will be Hell's Nether Underflat. I'm just going to take a little quick break because I am tired and I am sweaty and I just need to cool down for a bit. So, yeah, BRB. Alright, now let's test out Hell's Nether on Underflat. First of all, flow mode and against Clock Mirage. So, I'll just go my Clock Mirage because it seems to just have a scraping issue. Hi. Alright, sorry about this. Yeah, we're back. And another first finish. Now we activate high mode and see how it does. And yeah, let me just first count the score because that's essential. It's an essential thing. Lana. He's a master chef, Lana. He's going to finger your bumhole, Lana. Okay, spin finish and burst finish. 2 spin finishes and 1 burst finish, and I just dropped motherfucking things there. Oh my god! Next up would be Mummy Curse. So, yeah. Huh?
Oh, sure.
Alright, so next up is Mummy Curse. Down goes to Mummy Curse. Alright, I'm gonna go some Mummy Curse, so. Yeah. I put Health Nether in high mode just to see. I'm not gonna fucking count self-over finishes now. I never have and I never will. Stop trying to make me count self-over finishes, you fucking twat. Alright. Yep, and holy shit, I was so close to being a burst finish. Next up is Emperor Mike. And yep, same routine as before. I remember there being a no finish and a spin finish, but I don't remember if if a spin finish result in between. But I think that there was. So now it's time to change the mode on Hell's Nether. Extreme finish. Alright, spin finish. Spin finish, extreme finish is spin finish. And now next up is Wizard Rod Ball. Fucking dumb bullshit. And another spin finish. Okay. All right. Alright, back-to-back spin finish losses. Okay. Holy shit. And that's under flat. And now let's do ignition. As long as you be my friend at the fucking end. If these bits stop falling over on purpose, they wouldn't be so much of annoying cunts as much. Now let me check the score for Health Nether on under flat. Yeah, kryptonite. Do. Barrel. Alright, so let's see. Health Nether on under flat. 30% win rate. That's bad. 1.78 points per win on average. 1 point per loss on average. Average points per round, negative 0.17. Spin finish win 3. Spin finish losses 21. Excuse me. First finish wins 3. First finish losses 0. O finish wins 2. O finish losses 0. Extreme finish wins 1. Extreme finish losses 0. And 0 draws. So, yeah, let me just change the bit on this into ignition now. And, yeah, let's just see how this goes. This is going to be definitely hard because I'll have to launch this with this launcher, because ignition only does well if you use a winder launcher, because winder launchers are much more powerful, but they're much more harder to control. On ignition doesn't really have the best control in the first place, so this is going to be a hard time. Like, it has really good attack power, just terrible stamina. That's why the best way to get its potential is using a long winder launcher, so you can get the most amount of stamina, power, and attack out of it. It couldn't burst the clock mirage. So like, yeah, I don't think ignition's gonna make it any better. So I'm just gonna probably skip ignition testing altogether because it couldn't get a single win there. I couldn't get a single win out of ignition against clock mirage, and usually I always get one win out of clock mirage because it's always able to hit the underside, but no, it just couldn't do it. So I'm just all like kind of, I know it's kind of like skipping, but like, trust me, I know I've used ignition a lot of times before, and ignition on Blitz does really well. Like, it just annihilates everything. So if a part doesn't work well on ignition at all, then it's probably not going to. If it's not able to beat Clock Mirage, then it's probably not going to be able to work on Hell's Nether. But you know what? Maybe I'll just give it a try. Well, let's give it one more chance, I guess. So yeah, one more chance, and then that's it. Where's Mummy Curse, so I can pick that next afterwards. So let's just put Hell's Nether in high mode. See how it does, because maybe it's just losing stamina too fast and no mode. There's only one way to find out, and it's just to go through with it. So even if I wanted to just kind of skip it, I have no choice but to go through with it, because Okay, let's just count that fucking score then. Let's go to Mummy Curse. Fuck off. It's not that hard to stay in. But sure, tell yourself you can't stay in and admit to the rest of us you're a fucking idiot. I'm not counting sub-4 finishes because fuck you, that's why. That's Hold on, give me a minute. Alright, changed my setup slightly. Got rid of the fucking Valkyrie box because it keeps falling over. All right. Now we change to high mode. I'm not counting self-over finishes, no matter what fucking loser tells me to. If Ignition had a little bit more stamina towards the end, they probably would have gotten that. Get on the fucking launcher, you fucking self-over-finish obsessed cunt. First finish. Next up will be Emperor Might. But first let me count that score. There we go. First finish for Health Nether. Now we just need to count that score, then continue in high mode. So. There you go. You love to see it. Oh, holy shit, out spinning? Oh my god. That's some fucking witchcraft there. And now we have Wizard Rod Free Ball. 560 free ball. Then of course we have Wizard Rod 160X set. That was the only actual non-self-roll finish they had, but just out of spite, I'm not going to count it. I'm going to start it here. How do you spite someone who never wants to win? By forcing them into situations where they can't lose. Alright. To outspun all 3 times. Now let's do 3 more against Rod Ball because of Nether's mode pain. Alright. Green finish and spin finish. Now we just need to do that's a draw. Extreme finish again. And we have 3 more rounds at least. So all right. Alright. Alright. And now we finally go above ignition and into level. Because after this we have one more attack bit point, and then we have the stamina test, which has 2 bits, and then I have elevate for it. So yeah, let me just count that score there and see just how much points just what the score is for health Nether on ignition. 28.13% win rate, that's awful. 2.22 points per win on average. Average points per loss of 1.18. Average points per round negative 0.19. Sprint finish wins 1, sprint finish losses 20. Burst finish wins 3, burst finish losses 0. Over finish wins 2, over finish losses 2. Extreme finish wins 3, extreme finish losses 2, and 1 draw. So yeah, unfortunately you just cannot win them all, unfortunately. So like, yeah, now we finally move on to Hell's Nether level. So yeah, I actually did Hell's Nether on level there, on ignition there. So I didn't quit on ignition like I was planning to previously, but yeah, still not a recommended combo. So far, from what I've seen, ignition only really works on like custom line base, because like custom line, because the only exception would be like BX expand, and the only 2 would be like draw and strike. And from what I hear, suppress Superion or suppress Spriggan, or whatever the hell it's called in Japan release, are the only exceptions. Because like it seems like the only base that can really run ignition well are like custom line, because they actually have the weight to make it work. So if it's like too light, but then ignition just does not work. So yeah, weight is an important factor when using ignition. Like, there's a reason why the ignition combo I use is like Valkyrie Blitz on heavy, because that's the only way to make it work for me. Like, ignition does good on one hit KO stuff and heavy stuff. So like Bahamut Blitz, Valkyrie Blitz hit heavy is the perfect thing for it. And yep, now let's change the mode and continue. Over finish. Alright, so yeah, that's let's yeah, and now next up would be Mummy course, 160 under needle. So yeah, let's get right into it. And a spin finish for Hell's Nether. And a first finish. So, yep. Spin finish. And its stamina seemed to have suffered greatly in high mode, so yeah. Next up is Emperor Might Wheel 760 Hexa. Oh yeah, Hell's Nether going in normal force again. Oh, big hit. All right. Emperor Might. That's a self-over finish, and therefore will not count. Oh my. The bum of a lifetime. I didn't see who won there. I think it was Emperor Might again. So I was getting distracted again. God damn it. Nope. Spin finish for Health Nether. Alright. Right. Yeah, now let's do Wizard Rod Free Ball. Free ball. Ball game. Damn. Damn. Oh, sorry. Yep. Next up is Rod Hexa. So close. This combo does seem to have decent stamina, but it's going to be a little bit more so it's been Rod Hexa. And it's over finish. So, yeah. Now we have the last trio of this combo. Then we move on. A little bit further, but all right. Spin finish win for Health Nether. And an old finish win for Health Nether. So, yep. That next up is point, and then next up afterward will be elevate, and then after that will be free ball, then low orb. And then that'll be it for me testing Health Nether. Then I'll test out 880 next. So, let me just count that score, and then I'll stop this recording and probably charge my recording phone, because I have a feeling it's going to need that kind of charge thing, so. Yeah, let's count Health Nether level. 33.33% win rate. Average points per win, 1.6. Average points per loss, 1. Average points per round, negative 0.13. Average spin finish wins in 4. Spin finish losses, 20. Burst finish wins, 2. Burst finish losses, 0. O finish wins, 4. O finish losses, 0. Chain finish wins, 0. Chain finish losses, 0. And 0 draws. So, yeah, next combo will be a point. And yeah, let me just charge my motherfucking phone, and then I will be right back. Because it's not dangerously low. It's on 40%, but I'd rather I'll be on a higher percentage, so. Yeah, you know. I don't want to take unnecessary risks, so. Yeah, be right back. And then I have 4 more bits left to test out on Health Nether. And then I'll try to test out 880 if I remember to do so. Alright, and I am back. And now we're going to test out Health Nether on points. So, yeah. There we go. And that's 2 bird finishes and 1 spin finish. My God. And now it's time for high mode. Okay. 1 burst, 2 spin. Next up is Mummy Curse. Yep. So that's not Mummy Curse, that's Clock Mirage. Mummy Curse. Spin finish for Mummy Curse. Spin finish from Mummy Curse again. Draw. Damn. Now I'll put Health Nether in high mode. Cool. 2 spin finish bosses, 1 spin finish win. Now next up is Emperor-Might. So, yep. Starting off with low mode. Extreme, I don't give a fuck what result you want it to be. I don't give a fuck you're gonna do it properly. Because fuck you. You wanna lose? Too bad. I'm gonna force you to win. Alright. So Nether seems to Health Nether in low mode seems to struggle against Wheel because it just seems to be like getting destabilized by it. All right. Another spin finish. Now next up we have Rod Free Ball. Free my boy, Rod Free Ball. He did nothing wrong. Oh. Damn! Damn. All right. And now, high-low time. Okay, so the outs won all 3 times there, so it goes better against Rod Ball when it's in low mode. Next up is Rod Hexa. And Hexa just dominated Hell's Nether there. Now let's just put Hell's Nether in high mode and see if anything changes. Alright. Okay. So yep, that's point done. Now next up will be elevate, even though I was planning to originally save elevate for last, but I'll change my motherfucking mind. And let me just see Hell's Nether's score. Hell's Nether point. Average win rate 34.38%. And average points per win 1.45. Average points per loss 1. Average points per round negative 0.09. Spin finish wins 6. Spin finish losses 19. First finish wins 3, first finish losses 0, O finish wins 2, O finish losses 0, extreme finish wins 0, extreme finish losses 0, and 2 draws. So let's put this motherfucker on elevate now and see how it goes. Yeah. First opponent is obviously going to be Clock Mirage. Alright, not good first impression. I could just sit over here and see the result. Another spin finish loss. Okay. Just a supercharged hit and it gets the job done finally. And now it's time for high mode. So yeah, I shall see how it does in high mode. not a good result that time, so yeah, let me just count that score. Mummy curse. Where the fuck is Mummy curse? There's Mummy curse. Oh my god. I felt my face recoil from how much I suppressed that yawn. I felt like that fucking dog that yawned so hard that his eyes went to the back of his head. So I outspun Mummy Curse there, so that's something decent. Elevate. Let's go. Whoa! What the fuck? Oh, that ore farming and I lost. Holy shit. So, yeah, 2 sprint finish wins, 1 sprint finish loss because it ore farmed too much. It tried to do that Piccolo shit, but it tried to do that movie Piccolo shit instead it did that Canon Vegeta shit. Oh hey, I'm ore farming! Oh no! Alright, so Elevate does give health Nether decent stamina potential. So this thing definitely has some type of good stamina, which I would suspect is like there's no inner weight distribution at all. It's like all completely outer weight distribution. And it's like a very intense outer weight distribution because of the way the bay is. The only 2 bays that have even more intense outer weight distribution is Bullet Griffin before separating and Wizard Rod. Alright, so that was 3 spin finishes, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. 1, 2, 3. The next up is Emperor Might. If I can find it. There we go. One of the good things about Elevate, it's literally almost damn near impossible to do an extreme dash with it because of the way it is, that it's actually pretty good for stamina. Like, if they made like a fusion between free, I think, damn, if they ever made a free Elevate or a free Elevate ball or Elevate ball, the meta would just fucking end because it would just be won by Rod Elevate Ball forever. Has anyone tried Wizard Rod on Elevate? I'm quite curious to see how that would work. Hi, Giggle Bear. Who's a good boy? Nah. Just checking on him because he seems tired even after this morning. So yeah, let's try hide motels against Aura. So damn. Impressive stuff. Now next up is Rod Free Ball. We balling but at what cost? Oh. There you go. Oh, extreme finish. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. loud. We will not let you go, bitch. Oh. And not quite. So damn, yeah, damn. Nope, I'm not gonna count that because that's a self-over finish. You know I'm gonna count that self-over finish as a over finish win for Hell's Nether out of fucking spite. Because it did get over finish against Hell's Wizard Rod until Wizard Rod popped out and it popped into pockets. So like, I'm gonna count that as an over finish for Hell's Nether. Purely out of fucking spite. Alright. Spin finish. And now we put Hell's Nether in high mode for the final 3 at least rounds for Hell's Nether Elevate. Gangy, on the couch. God damn. Okay, another spin finish for Hell's Nether. And an over finish for Hell's Nether, so like, god damn. And yep, that's gonna be it for Hell's Nether on Elevate. And now we have 2 traditional standout combos next, and yep, we are starting off on free ball because ADZX Expand really helps the free spinning bits become even more free spinning. So let me just take a sip of water as I count the scores. So yeah, Hell's Nether at Elevate. 58.06 win rate, that's good. Better than the other ones. Average points per win 1.28. Average points per loss 1. Average points per round 0.32. Spin finish wins 14, spin finish losses 13. First finish wins 1, first finish losses 0. O finish wins 2, O finish losses 0. Extreme finish wins 1, extreme finish losses 0, and 0 draws. So that's certainly something. Now we try 3 ball, and let's just start the stamina test. So yeah, this should be easy. Health Nether on stamina using a 3 ball bit. So with the amount of how the rate distribution it has and how aggressive its design is, it's probably like it feels like this using the stamina combo is a throwback to Hell's Scythe. Because surely you'll get some stamina wins because how much heavier it is on the outside on the inside. Besides, I think the only screws that are on the inside are like the screw. Only metal that's on the inside is like screws or maybe even rivets. Oh, but a last minute burst finish. Last second burst finish for Health Nether. So. Another work finish for Health Nether. Excuse me. Next up is Mummy Curse. Where the hell is Mummy Curse on this thing? I need to clear out all the fucking combos I'm not using on this thing. All right. Okay. High mode next. Fucking hell. Alright. Not good stamina there, but yeah, I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be right back. BRB. Alright, let's continue where I left off. So, let me start with Mummy Curse going first to that Health Nether, because Health Nether got spun by Mummy Curse, so yeah. Hey, Hey, up. Hey. And Mummy Curse outspins it yet again, so. And Mummy Curse outspins it still, so let me just get Emperor Mind here. And yeah. Oh. Alright. Not good luck for Health Nether. Getting outspun 3 times by Emperor Might. Doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence now, does it? So, let's put it in high mode this time and see if the result changes. Hang it up, hang it up, hang it up. Okay. Cool. All right. So all right. This not looking good for the Health Nether Salmon combo. over finish. Haha. Let's go. Alright. The next up is Rod Hexa. Oh. Oh, shit. I mislaunched that. Big hit. And it even destabilized itself with that hit. My God. Even with all those hard hitting hits, Hell's Nether still could not outspin Blizzard's Rod. Alright, so yeah, that's free ball done. Now we move on to the last part we're going to test for health nether, low orb. Let's just see how things go with low orb. Surely it'll be interesting. Alright, so let's just see the score for Health Nether free ball. 30% win rate. Ooh. Average points per win 1.67. Average points per loss 1.05. Average points per round negative 0.23. Spin finish wins 3. Spin finish losses 20. First finish wins 3. Spin finish loss is 0. First finish loss is 0. O finish wins 3. O finish losses 1. Machine finish wins 0. Machine finish losses 0. So yeah, the final combo for Health Nether, and I can put it away for my holiday because I plan on bringing Health Nether with me too on my holidays because, you know, I like the blade already. So yeah, let's. And besides, I only have 2 more combos to test after this because I only pick up two combos that would be good idea to test 880 on 880 Wyvern Hover 880 Zap. And then like, ooh, maybe Silver Wolf 880 Hexa. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Or maybe even Scorpio Spear 880 Hexa. So, or maybe even Emperor Might Wheel 880 Hexa. Now I'll try Emperor Might probably. So far, Health Nether not really getting any good luck on low orb against fucking high. Which, in terms of sentiment, I get it, but you think it would hit the ratchet, but I guess not. Yep. Yeah, I already bursted it. It was just waiting for it to hit it at just the right spot to get a first finish for real. So yeah, now let's put Health Nether in high mode and see how it does. Cause I only speak American. Right, so next up is Mummy Curse. And yeah, where's Mummy Curse? 160 under to go. Go. Oh. Right. Spin finish, and over finish. So let's do. Oh, here. Alright, so let's test out the spinning. Spin over. Oh, and sounds like she's here, so I gotta stop this recording. Alright, so my stream ended early. I didn't choose to end it early, it just sort of happened. So I'm just gonna continue this combo testing. Alright. Come on in. Lock the door. Alright. Oh. Okay. Alright. Come. Spin finish by Hell's Nether. I even added some pack stuff here. Maybe not this bit. All right. Okay, I think that was Hell's Nether, so I'm gonna get that one to Hell's Nether because I just got back in time. So, yep. Upgrade the page, steer it up, No, it's not, so I gotta put in the information again. Mummy. Battery is the phone on. Health Nether seems to be doing better now that it's on low orb. All right. Alright, that's a draw. Alright, outspawn Emperor Might. Cool. I'm just take this part so I can use it for the 80 defense combo later. So yeah. Next up is Wizard Rock Free Ball. And let's just see how Health Nether low orb does against it. Alright, over finish. Alright, you can change the mode and also count that score. Alright. So one last time against Rod Hexa. One. Okay. Health Nether takes that one. So let me just change the mode on Health Nether, count the score, and let me just get something. This will be the final recording session. Hopefully. There we go, I'm back. And now let's continue with the last battle for Health Nether's combo testing, and then we move on to 880. I only have 2 combos because I already feel worn out from testing out Health Nether a lot, so you've already tested out 870. At least I think so. So 880 shouldn't be that too different. Yep. Fuck you and your self-over-finished obsessed ass. Alright, yeah, now let me just count the score on that. So, yeah, let me just see how Health Nether low orb did. 35.48% win rate, 1.27 points per win on average. Average points per loss 1.1, average points per round negative 0.26, average spin finish wins 8, spin finish losses 19, burst finish wins 1, burst finish losses 0, over finish wins 2, over finish losses 0, extreme finish wins 0, extreme finish losses 1, so yeah, and 1 draw. But yeah, now it's time to move on to 880 testing. Let me just try to find my shark scale thing in the database. There we go. And I gotta build this Emperor Might Bay in the data thing. Where you might. There we go. Wheel. Why is 880 not here? Why is it not in the database? Health Nether's in the database, but not 880. Making makes sense. Alright, now let's do this. There's only 2 more combos to test. Should I probably test more? Yeah. Will I test more? No, but I'm so tired. And I'm literally filming this on Wednesday, 2 days before the video's meant to premiere. I always have the combo testing released before the premiere, so at least I won't have to do them twice. That's positive. No, self-roll finishes do not. Get it. Get it. Get it. Alright, so now a good start for 880 as it gets outspun and knocked out by shark scale. So yeah, it's probably going to get worse for here as it goes up against Wyvern Hover 970 Trans Kick. Okay. So far, not so good. Maybe I'll just add one additional combo to the testing because Emperormite's probably not the best blade to represent 880. I'll probably use Silverwolf. I'll get Silverwolf out after I go toilet, which I'll have to. So yeah, let me just count the score first, and then I'll go toilet. So no, yeah, I'll go toilet now. So yeah, BRB. Let me. All right, so let's continue. All right, so let me just turn on the impact brake. Oh, yep. It's not going good for Emperormite. There we go, an extreme finish for Emperormite. And now let's get to the hard part because I have to use the Beyblade that has ignition on it. So, spin, 8 extreme. Here to come the compound. Welcome to the bitch ass. Oh damn! Sometimes I forget just how intense my Valkyrie Blitz combo is. Alright. And Emperor Mike got a spin finish, but let me just put the Emperor Mike combo back together mostly because I'm gonna test this Silver Wolf combo now. And he's gonna have to really try hard to, you know, prove useful here because the free spinning blade is actually kind of covered up by the 870 ratchet. So let me just check the score for Emperor Mike on Emp. Mike 870 Hexa, 33.33% win rate. Average points per win 1.4, average points per loss 1.2, average points per round negative 0.33, average spin finish wins 4, spin finish losses 8, burst finish wins 0, burst finish losses 0, over finish wins 0, over finish losses 2, extreme finish wins 1 and 1, extreme finish losses 0. So. Yeah, and then just Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf. 880 Hexa. Technically it's in the database as 870 Hexa because they didn't add 880 for whatever reason. God knows what. He added Health Nether. And he got outspun by Shark Scale. Damn, son. Damn. And now we pit up against Wyvern Hover 970 Trans Kick. Over finish. Whoop. Not looking good for this. Well, I don't know why, but the 880 just seems to magnetize itself to the outside. So, next up is Impact Drake 450 under flat. So. Alright, so it seems to be doing well against Impact Drake. Next up is Valkyrie Blitz. And, yep. Alright, an overfinish for Valkyrie Blitz. Another overfinish for Valkyrie Blitz. Alright. At least that's the last of ignition for now. Next up is AuraDragoon 170 level. It's going to be a real test because AuraDragoon is just a beast. That will not count because that's technically a self-finish. You dumbass motherfucker. I didn't count it the first time you did it. What makes you count it every other time you did it? Oh, good. It's been finished by Silverwolf, so that's good. May have absolutely ate shit against Wyvern Hover and Shark Scale, and maybe even to an extent Valkyrie Blitz, but at least it's doing well against Impact Drake and AuraDragoon, and that really counts, I guess. Well, I guess not really, because Wyvern Hover and Shark Scale are like the main pillars of the meta. Impact Drake is good. AuraDragoon is also a pillar of the meta. I'll be the first one to admit that my Valkyrie Blitz combo is a very niche ass combo. It's pretty much the same as my Impact Drake combo, but a lot more risky. So, yep, and that I can finally move on to the final combo, which would be Wyvern Hover, 880 kick. So, yeah. Let me just count the score and list off the record. So let's just see. Silver Wolf 880 Hexa, 40% win rate. Better than 30%, I guess. Average points per win, 1. Average points per loss, 1.89. Average points per round, negative 0.73. Spin finish wins 6, spin finish losses 2. Burst finish wins 0, burst finish loss 1. Or finish wins 0, or finish losses 5. Extreme finish wins 0, extreme finish losses 1. So, yeah, next up we have Hover Wyvern. I was gonna use Zap on this, but it would probably be like, you know, probably wouldn't take into account the height because Zap is a lower than average bit. So I'm using Kick just to really emphasize the height, and Hover Wyvern does really good at high heights because its gimmick is based around that. So yeah. Let's just see how it does here. Over finish for Hover Wyvern. So its attack power is increased, but it also loses stamina more quickly, which is why the combo I use is 970 Trans Kick, because we go from normal height, which has good attack and good stamina, but I could also go with the higher height, which has better attack but poorer stamina, so I can choose between the meta combo or the slightly towards leaning more solid attack. So yeah, that's the Clock Mirage test. And now let me just count that score. And now let me get Mummy Curse. Mummy Curse 160 under needle. And just Alright, so, let me count that. That was just a snipe. I don't give a fuck. Right. And now we have Rod Free Ball. I'm just 2 more battles, 6 more battles away from freedom. I tried my best to try and grab it, but it still escaped my fucking hand. Fucking twat. Yep. And then we have one more. Rod 160 Hexa. Oh. These pants have a huge ass hole in the back of them. And I only realized today when I felt my pant trousers tag touch my ass. Oh my god. So, yep, that's gonna be it for the combo testing. I'm free, yay! So I can finally end it here. But first I have to give my final thoughts, so. Yeah, but first let me count this, how this upper wyvern did. 20% win rate, average points per win, 2.33. Average points per loss, 1.17. Average points per round, negative 0.47. Spin finish wins 0. Spin finish loss is 10. First finish wins 0. First finish loss is 1. So over finish wins 2. Over finish loss is 1. Extreme finish wins 1. Extreme finish loss is 0. So yeah, it be like that sometimes. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today's combo testing. Even though I have to do more combo testing because I did unbox the Spider-Man Brand New Day thing, but I'll probably just wait until I get back from the holidays to do that combo testing, because I'm probably going to wait until after the holidays to upload it. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed today's video. But first, let me just give my final thoughts on this. Hell's Nether is pretty good. It's very inconsistent, but you have, that is kind of like the mode change thing, where you have to change modes to get the perfect matchup for it. So yeah. So it's really cool to use. I really like it. It's very awesome. And then Wyvern Hover is great. It's been meta. 880. I'm not sure how to feel about 880, but yeah, really good. Really good. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoy today's video. So yeah, anyway guys, if you guys enjoy this video, hit the like button, some more, subscribe, hit notification on socials, check the Discord on my subreddit, link description, so Bluesky signing out.